Are we streaming? Yeah, we're streaming. All right. All right. Today is going to be an exciting day. Like a really, really exciting day. Um, y'all can see it. I can't. I actually might want to find a way where I can actually see these little dudes. Because I feel like that'd be super dope. But yeah. Yeah. Really excited for some people to get in here so we can talk a little bit about the chat boss fight. Gonna be so much fun. Gonna be so much fun. I'm so freaking excited. All right, let's fit this bad boy. And let's get back out there. I'm excited to start hearing those attack sounds. I really hope somebody figures it out. Hey, what's up? If I were a dinosaur that liked to read, I would probably not like the word such as meteor or me. What's up, little brother? What's up? So there's going to be a theme for the words each day. And the theme is actually hinted at in the title to help people kind of figure it out. And then if you trigger an attack by the boss, then the synonyms of whatever word triggered the attack will trigger more of the same attacks, and the antonyms of the boss's attacks trigger chat attacks. And so right now there's only one attack for each, but eventually, I want to have healing for them. I want to have attacks for them. That's actually pretty close. But I want to have and then I want to have are you talking to mom? Yeah, so eventually I want to have healing and stuff like that. And then I want to have a way to keep track of like who's been the most prolific and have a leaderboard as well as sort of an anti-leaderboard where people who trigger the most enemy attacks will be on the anti-leaderboard as like the people who hurt chat the most. And then the people who trigger the most chat attacks and do the most damage will be on the chat leaderboard. And I want to give people who are active in the chat like a form of mana that will allow them to use special commands that will do like special attacks and stuff. Yeah, well, and that's great. So one of the things is and I don't know if I'll stick with this, but for right now, if the dinosaur kills chat, then the stream ends. So if the boss kills the chat, then the game's over, and I'll end the stream for that day. So we'll see. I think it's great. I think it's really great. But when you trigger an attack, it'll even put up a message in the chat. So it'll say, like the boss attacked the enemies, how much, or attacked chat. It'll say how much damage they did. It'll say how much health is left. And this is something I want to be progressive too. So as I was building this last night, I realized that you're going to be able to really persist the chat character. And if I give healing and like power up skills and stuff like that, depending on, the different bosses and the different attack types, then this character can actually get way more health than it has right now, right? Because it's just a variable that you can just increment and decrement. And I need to make a new variable for its attack, because right now its attack damage is hard-coded. But I could do all kinds of stuff to this character that will persist throughout multiple... Oh. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's supposed to say 20 points of damage, not 10 points. I forgot to change that when I changed the damage amount. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I don't know why it didn't say it in the Twitch chat, though. It only said it, or did it say it in the Twitch chat, and I just can't read it. Hang on, let me, okay. I need to actually go look, because, so I've got a bot that copies the Twitch and the YouTube chats to each other. Yeah, so this is the problem that I was kind of hoping didn't happen. Because it said it twice. Oh, no, it didn't. Boss attack chat doing 10 points of damage. Chat only has 80 HP left. Better find the monster's weak spot. Okay. So, yeah, no, the Twitch chat didn't trigger. The bot triggered the chat from YouTube. Oh, you can see both? That's weird. I can't see both. Yeah, that was the point. Is it's supposed to... It's supposed to look like I'm the one who said it, because I don't have like a bot account to put in there. Yeah, and it is supposed to be an announcement. Why can't I see the announcements? I could see them yesterday. What did I do? What did I do, Ryan? Let's see. Boss attack damage. This needs to say 20 points instead of 10. And this needs to say 20 points instead of 10. So at least it now says the right thing. And this needs to say 20 points instead of 10. And this needs to say 20 points instead of 10. Okay, so at least that's right. It's weird that I can't, because I even opened up my Twitch, and I can't even see the announcement in the Twitch, which is really weird. Maybe it only shows announcements if you're physically in the chat when it happens. Did my stream just like blink out for a second? No? Okay. What to do, what to do. I could stop having one of the things be said, right? Like I could just get rid of the Twitch and allow it to copy over from the YouTube. So for now, I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to... delete that sub action, and then we'll delete this sub action. And if I can figure it out, then I will. But for now, it'll just copy over from the YouTube. Okay, awesome. Did the little animation work? So I can't even see the animations and stuff. But did the little dinosaur move to the middle of the screen and like tilt 90 degrees? Or 45 degrees? I heard the audio because I monitor the audio. But sad day. I mean, I checked it all last night. I'm pretty sure that the animation is working, but... yes, but that's, I mean, pretty much the whole game right there is, as chat says the words, it'll trigger that. And that's, I mean, that's all of it for right now. We don't have any healing. We don't have multiple attacks or anything like that. But, I mean, I was able to implement that whole thing last night, which is awesome. And now we just kind of work on it and build it up and make it more interesting and make it more persistent. And it'll be a super fun little game. You know, get some characters that actually have animations. And so also each of the words will only trigger the attack once. So now that you've used one of the words for the boss attacks, all of the synonyms to that word will work. But that word won't work again for the remainder of the day. It's been timed out. So that way people can't just, you know, spam the word once they figure it out. But let's go do some freaking faction warfare here. Let's get some moolah. Because y'all know me, I'm all about that money. We almost managed to hit our goal yesterday. Even though we were working so hard on this boss fight battle, we're only 75,000 LP short of our 1.2 million goal. So we'll just have to make that up. We need to get to 1.9 million today. So we'll just have to make up that 75 today. And we should be good. Should be good. I'm so happy that you figured it out, Zed. That was... I got the biggest shit-eating grin on my face right now. You don't even know. This is thrilling. I'm so excited, do do do, that I just can't hide it, do 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 do. I'm about to lose control and I think I like it. The Thesaurusaurus was not actually my idea for a boss. So I was talking about using chat commands and stuff, or just words with chat. I want the human to lose all of its HP, but I'll try a couple more. Nice. The animation does work? Fantastic. One day I'll get, like, legit characters. So the player character, or the chat character, is supposed to be a bunch of nerds. Like the candies, all mashed together to make a person. Because I always refer to chat as nerds. So we'll try and get a better, that's just kind of a placeholder right now. And then we'll get some legit animations for it, and I looked into some PNG tuber stuff. And so I'm going to use the same sort of commands and controls that PNG tubers use, but instead of being attached to my voice and stuff, they'll just be attached to, the chat commands or whatever, and they'll run animations that way. Should be fairly simple, I hope. Good job on getting that so fast, though. I can't even believe it. You're so smart, dude. Either that or it's that brother psychic link. A little bit of both. Let's go to the small navy. Oh, there's only one enemy here. Yeah, we can go to the small navy. That's fine. Yeah, so for anybody who wasn't here yesterday, the ship that I'm using right now is really, really fast and has an obscenely quick align time. So it means I can go into my warp within 2 seconds. So I don't even have any weapons on me right now. The only thing I'm trying to do is capture these locations here. And every time I capture one of these locations, I get LP, which I can then sell to other players for ISK. So our whole goal is just to try and get enough ISK in this, doing this to go ahead and omega our accounts, or get the premium currency so that we can buy the subscription every month by using in-game currencies. So we're just going to be flying around. It's going to be fairly boring. Hopefully the chat game will make that a little more interesting. The passive nature of gameplay in EVE is kind of what drove me to want to make the game, because a lot of it is just sitting here, looking at what the character's doing and watching the character do stuff and not really necessarily interacting with it. And so, yeah, having something inside of the chat that we can focus on that will trigger more people to speak more in chat. And give people something to think about. Today's game is a fairly simple implementation, but as we get more complex, as we have different attacks for the bosses, I definitely want to put a one-shot KO in there. Something that's not necessarily common, but that might come up, and have it be sort of this landmine that could happen where maybe somebody says the word and just, oop, one-shot KO, chat's gone. It'll also be interesting as the game progresses throughout different days, right? Because the chat, now that we've done now that we've done an attack to the chat is not going to get that HP back tomorrow. So even if we kill this boss today and I'd have to come up with another boss for tomorrow, or maybe we'll use the same boss and I'll re-implement some stuff and make some more attacks and do some things. But chat's never getting those 20 hit points back. So, we'll have to make some healing and some attack power buffs and some stuff like that. But it'll be really interesting to see over the course of maybe like weeks, chat just getting more and more and more powerful. And then all of a sudden somebody hits the landmine and kills chat and just resets chat down to 0 or down to basic, where they have none of their power-ups and they have, none of their extra hit points or anything like that. And we're just all the way back to 100 hit point basic chat. So it'll be really, really interesting to see, just how that shakes out over the long term with the game. I'm really excited for this to be just kind of a continuous staple. A continuous staple of the channel. I'm very, very excited about it. I also need to implement some health bars, right? Because we don't have health bars or anything right now, or some sort of a status UI. But definitely having a good status UI will help make it a little more interesting for everybody. There is going to be quite a bit of like reworking things. And that's fine. I don't mind putting in even a couple hours every day. I'll have to play Baldur's Gate now, have a rare night off to myself. Nice. Enjoy your Baldur's Gating. I still haven't beat more than the first chapter of that game. Yeah, thanks for coming and testing it and helping me make sure it worked. I really appreciate that. You're a fucking champion, dude. I'm really excited about this. I can't wait for some more of the regular viewers to come in. You know, we had Wheat Spin and some of those folks, Lone Twist, and some of them were in last night. And it was actually Wheat Spin who came up with the idea for the Thesaurusaurus, because I was just talking about things coming up in the chat and trying to use words. But the whole concept of theming the words was sort of generated because of Wheat Spin's idea about Thesaurusaurus. Because originally I was just going to put random words in, and they were all going to be sort of landmines. But now that I know for a fact, or now that I have a better understanding based on that recommendation, that we're going to do themes. You know, we can do science themes, we can do chemistry, we can do different animals, we could do, you know, geology, astrology, astronomy. You know, we've got EVE Online going on. Maybe my next one should be an astronomy-based boss. Maybe a Galacticus style world killer kind of a thing. I don't know. But what'll happen is, so I don't know if I want to make each boss. I don't know if I want to make a set of rules for chat's attacks that are independent of the boss rules. Right now, it's, you know, whatever the boss's things are, it's the antonyms of the boss's attacks, right? And that's great for the Thesaurusaurus, but it can't be the antonyms for every boss. And so, you know, do I want to create like an overarching concept for the attacks of the player, or do we want to change what the player attack words are going to be based on who the enemy boss is and just kind of match the energy? And I mean, I could see value for both of them. I think the problem with having a chat theme is that over the course of days or weeks, that theme is going to become pretty thin and going to be very difficult to continue to use. And so it would have to be a theme that was extremely, extremely deep. Or extremely broad, I guess is actually probably better, because we want lots of different sort of subcategories within the primary chat theme so that we could use, you know, like one subcategory a day for each attack, but it would have to be something that had tons and tons and tons of subcategories. So, yeah, honestly, I don't even freaking know. I don't think I can think of anything that would have quite so much of a potential impact. Hey, we got ourselves some loyalty points. What do we got? 15,000. Air daily goal completed. What's up, dude? Oh, we have. Oh, did I accidentally complete 2 of these already? Earn 50 LP, defend. Yep. All right. That's dope. We'll claim all this stuff. So we get an extra 10k points. We get all these whatevers. Yeah, we're claiming that. Booyah. Make money, money, make money. We're going to go in here to this one. I imagine all these people are probably already here. At least I hope so. Maybe we can swoop in and get these points real fast. Oh, they're not here. Okay. So I'm just starting this one all by me onesie. I do need to. Oh, I do need to see about selling this million loyalty points I've got here. I think I want to sell them about 1,000,000 at a time, just because that'll mean having to interact less to get them sold. So I think 1,000,000 at a time is pretty good because that's about a day and a half worth. So we'll be up to 900K tonight once I sell this million. So let's get into my corpo chat here. Social corporation. I have my person who bought my stuff before, the leader of this gray zone here, but I think this might be their alt. So I keep trying to text this alt, but I don't actually remember who the person was that I talked to. So I'm a little concerned that I'm going to have a problem trying to get a hold of this person again. But that's okay. We'll send him a mail. Let's just send him a mail. That's a great idea. Invite to send message. There we go. Selling Minmatar LP. Yo, I have more LP if you want to buy. Send mail. Dope. Totally freaking dope. We'll just claim that. Why not? All right. Make money, money, make money. Making currency. Yo, what up, Gravy? Raid boss is the Thesaurusaurus right here. Actually, I wanted to talk to you. I'm glad you're here, Gravy. I know it's super late for you. But I want to make... I want to turn you into one of the bosses. And have chat fight you. Um, so at some point, like shoot me a message on Discord or something. So what I want to do, is I want to put an image of your little character dude, your little robot dude, down here, and then I want to use maybe some catchphrases and stuff that you say often, or words that you repeat a lot as the triggers for chat or for the boss's attacks. And then I want to try and figure out, you'll have to tell me something that maybe would enrage you, like a theme of words that would cause you personally to feel attacked. Maybe not personally to feel attacked, but I don't know, a theme of something that could be the chat attacks against you. So yeah, we want a theme of words or phrases that you use often that can be the boss's attacks against chat, and then a theme of words that chat could use to be attacks against you. And then we'll figure out some other stuff. I mean, it'll take a couple of days probably at least. But I think it'd be super cool just as a theme going forward to have other creators that I know or other creators that play the same games as me to sort of get to bring them in as like special bosses or something and have cool themes for them. I think that's hella dope. But yeah, so the boss is working right now. My little brother KDZ came in and he actually figured out the hint. There's a hint in the title for the boss's attacks and chat's attacks. So I don't know if you can still see the messages that are up there. But he wrote sentences that include some of the words. And so if you can figure out the synonyms to the chat words and avoid the avoid the synonyms to the boss's words, then you can attack the boss by putting those words in chat. Preferably using them in a sentence, but you don't actually have to use them in a sentence. It's just kind of in the spirit of the game to do so. The really hard part is going to come. It's one of the words in the title, or it's just a hint to some other word. Yeah, no, it's not straight up one of the words. It's just a hint about the theme. So I'll always give everybody the mechanic for free, right? Like the synonym mechanic is special to the Thesaurusaurus. And then I'm always going to hint at the theme in the title. So you can try and figure out, how the mechanic and the theme interact to figure out the different words. Because each word can only be used once by the entire chat. So the two words that KDZ used to trigger a boss attack and a chat attack can no longer be used. Only their synonyms can be used. Because that's the Thesaurusaurus mechanic is synonyms. La da da. La da da. Whatever. How do I even find this word? Too much brain cell required. Well, that's the point, right? It keeps people engaged. And it gives them something to do because this game is pretty passive. So what I want is, I want to encourage chat to be talking more, not just with me, but with each other, right? Because every time you put a message in chat, you have a chance of like accidentally coming across one of the words. And so that's really cool. And then, did you say synonym of some word in the title? It's not a synonym of some word in the title, no. The title is just hinting at the theme. So there's a theme for the words, and the title sort of hints at what that theme is. And then the boss's attacks will all be synonyms of each other, and the chat attacks will all be synonyms of each other. Womp womp. It all happens automatically too, so I don't even have to be a part of it. Like as soon as you say the word, it triggers the attack. So yeah, I mean the goal is, like I said, just to get people talking in the chat, and then it'll be kind of special because it'll just happen. And maybe it'll be a total accident, right? You might not even be intentionally trying to do it, and it could still trigger the attack. And then once that happens, you've got to like figure out, oh my gosh, what word was it in that sentence? And then you've got to like look at the mechanic, and you've got to be like, okay, well, how can I repeat, or how can I replicate that? Or, you know, it's totally dope. It's totally dope. I'm so excited. What really excites me is how quickly I was able to get it set up. It only took 3 hours last night. And granted, I cheated, right? These are ChatGPT images that I'm using as the PNGs for the characters right now. But all of the logic for the game and all that stuff, I set up all on my own. It didn't take very long. And then I stole the audio. There was a free, royalty-free audio thing. And then down in the description on Twitch for the Thesaurusaurus, I went ahead and credited the person who made the audio, even though it said you didn't have to. But yeah, I borrowed some audio for the attack sounds. Silly little nerd man. Nerds. Oh my. Good Lord. It's also going to be a persistent thing. So the chat character is going to stay there and stay in the same state from one stream to another. So even once we defeat this boss and I put a new boss in there, chat will still be the same character. They'll have the same hit points. So we're going to create augmentation skills as well that can be used on chat to increase their attack power, to increase their HP, stuff like that. And then we'll bring harder and harder bosses in with more HP that do more damage and stuff like that. And we'll just persist this back and forth. And chat will just get more and more powerful. I'll probably like make armor and weapons and stuff for them and equip them out. Getting close. Getting real close. Does it work, for example, if the word is invade and you type invasion? Do both work? No. No, that wouldn't work.
Warp drive active.
You're definitely in the right general area. I can tell you there are only 11 words that will trigger attacks from the boss, and there are only 10 words that will trigger attacks from the character or from the chat. Because I had to basically program each of the words in individually. As soon as I can figure out a way to put groups of words in there and still you're just slightly off from the theme. You're not quite on it. Armin has single-handedly destroyed my sleep. It's funny because my little brother was able to figure it out extremely quickly because me and my brothers have always thought really, really similarly. So we play those games. What's the... There's a word game where you put out like sets of words and then you try and give each other hints based on themes. That's funny. Actually, I'm pretty sure that my little brother tried that word as well. This is fun. This is very fun. It's really, really entertaining for me, especially to get to watch you try and figure it out. I am very much enjoying my life right now. One of these days, when we're big enough, what we're going to do is we're going to put Twitch chat in here and we're going to put YouTube chat in here. We're going to have the two chats fight each other. Poor Gravy. Just can't quite get it. There it goes. Why is my Twitch lagging so bad? Is it lagging really bad for you, Gravy? The game isn't necessarily stuck. I'm just not moving around at all. That's why the chat game is so important. Yeah. Yeah, that's why the chat game is so important for this game, is because it's a very... Okay, yeah, I think it was just me. I went ahead and refreshed and we're good now. But yeah, that sound that you heard came from David Dumas audio. That's who I stole it from. Yeah, so that was the boss's attack, though. So the boss attack chat doing 20 points of damage. Chat only has 60 HP left. Better find the monster's weak spot. Oh no. Oh no. Gravy, you're killing chat. You gotta think of antonyms. Antonyms are chat attacks. Antonyms, Gravy, antonyms. Why are you killing chat? If you kill chat, the stream ends. Yeah, so synonyms. So you put in crush and conquer, right? So those are synonyms of each other. And the one my little brother used was control. So crush, control, and conquer were all boss attacks against chat. So antonyms to those words will be chat attacks against the boss. Hmm. Lol. This is so much fun. It also makes it obvious that I need to be able to have larger groupings of words. Although you're a little bit off on the direction you're trying to take the antonyms. But still, I need to be able to have larger groupings of words. So that way people aren't just blindly guessing, and we'll maybe be able to put things like in sentences and stuff. Because if there were more potential attacks, things would happen better. And then we could have, we want things to be triggering often. So definitely more different types of attacks, as well as more words per attack. And then we can reduce the damage done, where it's only doing a few damage. Rolling on 20 with top back. This is great. I'm thoroughly enjoying watching you try and figure this out, Gravy. Oh, this is the best. Revive. That's funny. I didn't realize how many different, because the antonyms you're looking for are very obviously synonyms of each other, and they're very obviously slightly different from the words that you're using. But all of the words that you're using right now could definitely be antonyms to conquer and control and stuff. So it's crazy how close things can be when still technically seeming a little different. You're real close though. Actually, you're kind of not. You're in the right general area, but I think you're thinking slightly differently than I was. This is fun. Look at all these chat messages in here. This is definitely going to help my analytics too, I think, by drastically increasing, um, chat messages and stuff like that. Ooh, that's an interesting one. That's a very interesting one. No cigar, though. Yeah, I was worried that there weren't enough words that could possibly be attacks, which is why the attacks do so much damage. But just looking at what you're putting in here, Gravy, all of these words pretty much could have worked. So I could have used much smaller attacks. You know, that were maybe doing only like 5 or 10 hit points. And then used a much broader concept of antonym. So I'll definitely have to be looking into that. I mean, it's not all on you, Gravy, right? You don't have to be the only one. And the boss will still be here. If we don't defeat the boss today, right, it'll still be here tomorrow. And I'll give a new hint tomorrow in the title. So we can make these like super duper hard. They definitely don't have to happen in one day. Such a good time. Did you make this yourself? Is there like a foundation for this game somewhere? No, yeah, I did all of it myself. We came up with the idea yesterday during stream in chat. So I was I was just realizing that there's a lot of dead time in this game, because I'm sitting here waiting for 10 minutes at each of these. And there's only so much that I'm going to be able to talk about, right? Especially as it's related specifically to the game. And as the channel grows, we're going to have more people in the chat, and I'm not necessarily going to be able to respond to every comment. So I wanted to find a way where chat could interact with themselves and interact with the stream sort of outside of whatever I was doing and whatever I was saying, so that there wasn't a hard limit to how many people we could entertain at any given time. And so I started thinking about, what could be something that could be fun? Oh, a boss that we could fight. That'd be cool. And so we went through a couple iterations of ideas where, would chat work as a whole, or would chat be individual pieces? So the reason chat looks the way they do is because I call chat nerds a lot. And I just kind of generally refer to people as nerds. And so chat is technically a bunch of nerds all mashed together. Now, ChatGPT didn't do a great job of making the image, and at some point, as this game grows and the stream grows, I'll probably try and commission some legit art and some legit animations for the attacks and stuff. But for now, chat is just a bunch of nerds. And then, so while I was talking about the mechanics that I wanted to implement, which were, some sort of random chat triggers that would cause the attacks back and forth, one of the viewers, Wheatspin, came up with the idea for the Thesaurusaurus. And that kind of put us into the realm of themes and, different parts of speech and language and stuff like that as being the rules that would sort of structure how you identified what proper attack words were and what words were being used by the enemy, so that you have to avoid them. And so as this game grows, there's going to be more and more words that you can use and that you need to avoid. So what I really want is for, people who get careless, who, are maybe trying to say something to me or are just carrying on a conversation in chat and maybe aren't avoiding certain words, to accidentally be triggering boss attacks against chat. And so you have to pay attention, right? You have to know what's going on in the chat, or everything that you say could potentially kill the chat character. And when the chat character dies, the stream ends. And then we have to reset all the way back on the next stream to where they're all the way back to a basic character with only 100 hit points. So this is going to be like a huge persistent thing across multiple days. And then I want to take all of the bosses that we fight and I'm going to keep them. And then when I do big things like on my birthday coming up in a couple of months, I want to do a long stream. Instead of doing a subathon and having people, give me money to keep the stream going longer and longer and longer, instead, I'm going to put the bosses up again. And every boss that we defeat is going to increase the timer for the stream. And so, we'll start out with like a 12-hour stream. And then every boss we kill during that 12-hour stream adds another 2 hours. And so any bosses that we defeat between now and that time will sort of come back and make another appearance. And that'll be how we do that. But yeah, I wrote all the logic for it using that streamer.bot program that I was telling you about. And I mean, it's really simple. All it's doing is there's a series of triggers, right? All of the boss's words and all of the chat's words. And all of those triggers are each triggering a single effect. And that effect is the animation, which is the character moving to the center and then rotating. And so that's just the attack animation. And then it's going through a logic that's asking if the boss, it's checking the boss's HP, and then it's decrementing that HP by the attack value. Yeah. Yeah, so it's decrementing the global variable for the enemy's health, and then it's checking that health, and if that value is greater than 0, then it's showing the message that says, you did damage, here's how much health the boss has left. And then if the boss's health is 0 or less, then it's going to give something that says the boss was defeated. And then it'll make the boss vanish. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. A couple of things that I didn't do properly that I'll have to be changing. So right now the damage total is hard-coded. So something that you'll probably want to eventually be doing if you do follow along with this and do the same thing is you'll want to have lots of different variables for your character. So right now I only have an HP global variable, but you could also have an attack damage global variable. You could have an armor value global variable. You could have all kinds of different stuff like that. And then instead of just having the characters attack each other, you could have healing triggers. You could have enraging triggers that for a certain period of time increase damage and then, go back to the old damage. You could have permanent upgrades. Something I want to do is I want to track how often people are in the stream. Probably through a command like ! mana surge or something like that. And so every day you could come in personally and type ! mana surge and get 1 pip of mana. And so I'll create some special attacks for the chat character that use those mana pips. So, people who are in the chat more often could maybe do like a temporary power up or a big heal or something like that to chat with some of those mana pips that they have. Do a shake effect instead of the rotate animation, like the old school game shake effect with red highlight. Yeah, absolutely. So I'm really bad at animations and stuff. I had a really hard time. The logic of the actual combat didn't take me very long to write at all. It was super simple. But just getting the character to move to the center of the screen and rotate was a fucking nightmare for me. So I don't really know how to do that stuff very well. It took me like an hour and a half of the 3 total hours just to get the stupid character to move and rotate. So yeah, animation is going to be probably the biggest sticking point for me. But I'm going to look into some PNG tuber stuff. And I'm going to look into creating some animations and doing all that. That's probably going to be a much longer term goal.
You cannot walk there
but I would love to have even maybe some 3D characters that could move around on the screen and do some stuff, especially the chat character. I want the chat character to be as cool as possible because, it's the representation of chat and it'll always be here. So definitely got some work ahead of us. I'd like to get the logic down first, so we'll probably be using the Thesaurusaurus a couple of times in a row. Just so chat knows the rules and understands the theme and stuff. And so that way it'll be easier to iterate on a bunch of different things more quickly. And then I'll start adding some different attacks, maybe add in a heal. Try and figure out. So right now, all of my triggers, a little bit about streamer.bot, so you'll understand when I'm talking about triggers. I put each of the words as their own trigger, and then I gave them a 24-hour global cooldown. So only one person can use that specific trigger every 24 hours. And then I can just reset those triggers or whatever if I need to use the same trigger with a different word. But the problem with that is it means that for every single word I want to have trigger an attack, I have to use a whole new trigger. So I have to completely write a new trigger. So that could potentially be hundreds, which means managing hundreds of triggers, which is not something I'm going to do. So I need to find a way to go in there and have groups of triggers where when a trigger is used, it will get rid of that word. But only that word, not the entire group of triggers. And I haven't been able to figure that out yet. It may have to be like a C# implementation instead of just the regular stuff. Can I use C# for triggers? Can I use what is custom? Yeah, I don't really know. I'll have to look. Okay, you can use C# for triggers? Cool. Cool. I might have to pick your brain on some of that stuff. Oh, here's a file input output. That's interesting. Quotes, processes. Oh, here we go. File folder watcher. Changed, created, deleted, renamed. Yeah, I don't know. And then I want to have a bunch of different boss rules too, right? Like we're using synonyms and antonyms for this one. But I would like to have some different rules in the future where you can either write the C# inside StreamerBot or ask it to read a file or a bunch of files from a folder. Okay. Perfect. As long as it can manipulate those files. So what I ultimately want to do is I want to make the trigger be a list of words in a text file. And then any of those words can be used. But if a word is used, I want to remove it from the text file so that that same word can't be used again. So then I can just, Google synonyms or, Google my theme. So if the theme is geology, I could be like, list me a bunch of different types of rocks. And then I could just copy paste into that file. And then all those types of rocks can be attacks so that I can quickly iterate on new themes and new mechanics. So if it can read from the file and then remove a word from that file, that's really all I need. And we could do, the logic will be read a text file, then execute. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's perfect. That's perfect. I'll just have to look into, I don't know very much about like actual programming. I understand logic, and I understand computer logic pretty well, and variables and manipulating variables and stuff like that. But I don't know a ton about programming, so this is going to be pretty outside of my comfort zone, which is great. I love it. We're going to gamify the whole stream, and so that way, I can be here talking about the game or whatever we're doing, and then if I'm not talking or if people are bored with what I'm doing right at that moment, then yeah, I can read and remove things from the text file. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, streamer.bot, because it uses, or because it can use programs, right? It can basically do anything. You just have to be able to program it. So, should not be a problem. Should not be a problem at all. For now, we'll have this really sort of simplified implementation. And, this is a proof of concept, right? This is minimum viable product. Very, very basic. But I really wanted to get it out there because I was so excited about it yesterday, and I really wanted people to be able to try it out. Then I'd like to create cards for all the viewers that I can save as text files. That'll keep track of, their mana pips, how much damage they've done, how much healing they've done, and have like a leaderboard that we can look at. Recently, I added a redeem which turns my whole stream into an old CRT monitor. And the sound of my mic also changes to mimic the old TV sounds, and people have been loving it. That's awesome, dude. That's super awesome. I love that. Yeah, I think a lot of streamers have really been missing out on the gamification of their streams. I don't actually know of very many streamers at all who have gamified their streams. So definitely there's a lot of cool stuff that can be implemented to make watching your stream and interacting with your stream a an interesting experience that's not just about talking, but is also about, playing a game and having some fun. That's a really cool idea for a redeem, though. I really like the idea of having a cool redeem for, changing the sound of your voice and sort of the whole theme of the stream. That's really cool. That's really cool. I wish you and I were on the same sleep schedule and we could talk a little more like in Discord about implementing some of this stuff. But I'm always asleep when you're streaming and you're always asleep when I'm streaming, and then we don't really have any overlap. Don't really have any overlap of free time, especially. It's a little sad. It's a little sad. Especially my sleep schedule's getting all fucked up. I've been waking up late as fuck. I need to go to bed early tonight. Try and wake up earlier. Yeah, I just need to wake up earlier. Because I always start my stream right after I wake up, which is great. I like it. But if I woke up at, 11 or something instead of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, then I could go hop in your stream and pick your brain for a little while. But this is something I've really got to work really hard on, because if I don't make a good implementation of this in the next couple of months, then things are going to not be good. I really, really want this to look good and be good. So we definitely have to buckle down, learn some stuff, implement some things, do some stuff. My stream is like at 1 p.m. Eastern. Recently been doing art streams. Oh, nice. Oh, I need to make the stick person. I need to make the stick person a monster to fight. That reminds me. I guess I could also make the stick person the representation of chat. And we could change the stick person, as people say different stuff or do different things. That could be interesting. Instead of the nerds. Because I do kind of like the stick person. And I am a little bit uninclined to get rid of it. Such a cool idea. I never finished my dungeon crawler game because I was sitting and adding more and more things to it every day. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of the difficulty with making something like this is I was tempted not to premiere it today because it's only got the one attack and it's in a really, really basic minimum viable product stage. And I was like, it's not quite ready. I need a heal. I need a couple of different types of attacks. I need I need this and this and this and this. And so I almost didn't throw it on today, but I was just too excited about it. And I couldn't help myself. So I went ahead and premiered it in this really basic state. And I think that's important. I think if you have something that functionally works at all, even if it's not absolutely what you want, just fucking slap it on there. Because it's super cool, right? It's totally novel. It's something that you completely made by yourself. It's something that other streams don't have. So even if it's not 100% implemented, and like, for example, I wouldn't have thought of the fact that I need to add a lot more words and ultimately reduce the damage per word. So I really need to understand this, read and write from file for trigger thing, because, there need to be hundreds of words that can trigger attacks so that there's a lot more accidental attacking back and forth so that people can narrow down the scope of the theme so that they can figure out exactly what words and then try and implement those words in their conversation. So that's like a really obvious, that needs to be the next thing I need to work on. And that will also help it scale really well, because as soon as it's reading and writing from files, those files can just be updated really, really easily with lots and lots of words for different themes and different stuff like that. So, and you can save those files. So if you bring the boss back, you have the old boss file again. So I think that's, incredibly important. And I wouldn't have thought that. I would have thought it was more important to get a variety of attacks instead of a variety of words. And I was going to work on that first. So now I kind of have a focus, like, oh, okay, I need to do this instead. And I mean, this game can sit in this state for at least a week before it really needs to change. It'll still be interesting because, it's a brand new thing to discover. So if you've got anything, if it functionally works as it is right now, Gravy, I would throw it up. Premiere it on your next stream, talk about it, let people interact with it, see how they interact with it, and just go from there. Because Dungeon Crawler sounds super fun. You could even have lots of different implementations. So like right now, I'm doing specific words as trigger. But the whole point of this, right, is to get people to chat in the chat as much as possible. Have conversations with each other, have conversations with me, type random fucking words, like it doesn't matter, because all of that interaction in that chat helps make my streams more visible to bring more people in, right? That activity is important to all of the algorithms. Even on Twitch, if you don't have a ton of viewers, but you have a lot of activity, it'll bump you up. So it's just very important to try and get things in the chat happening as much as possible. So it doesn't even necessarily have to be certain words. It could be amounts of words, right? So, or amounts of messages. So there could be maybe an attack every minute. And if within that minute there were 5 chat messages made by chatters, then the chat attacks the boss. And if within that minute there weren't 5, or there were 0, then the boss attacks chat, right, for not talking. And so, I mean, whatever the mechanic is, I like my mechanic personally, but it can totally be changed as long as it incorporates what chat is doing into the boss fight. Then that's all that really matters. Because you just want to motivate people to say words. You could maybe motivate lurkers too. Maybe making a command called !lurk and have that count for something. So if you were doing like a chats per minute, maybe every person throughout the stream who typed !lurk counts as, you know, a half a chat per minute. So if you got 10 people who are watching but they're not saying anything, but they've all done !lurk, then that's going to automatically trigger the chat attack every 5 minutes or something. I don't know. Or typing !lurk counts for half a chat every minute for 15 minutes or something like that. So you don't have to say stuff if you're lurking and you don't feel like talking. I don't know. Need to make my own version of this. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. 100%. Make the dude all cool. Come up with ways to allow chat to like equip the character. Come up with ways to allow chat to create attacks maybe, or buy attacks with their mana pips based on how often they come into the chat and stuff like that. Get a leaderboard that people can check that show who's, you know, done the most damage and stuff. And then get an anti-leaderboard that shows who's triggered the most boss attacks against chat. Now there are some add-ons and plugins and stuff that you can use in Twitch to just do this with Twitch. Yeah, that would be super cool, Gravy. Yo, what's up, Taco? How do you like the Thesaurusaurus? He's the boss. He's not dead. You know, Gravy actually almost killed Chat. Chat's down to 40 hit points. Chat's gonna get killed. Yeah, so Akko Taco, if you look down in the cards below the stream, there's an exclamation or an explanation of the game. But this is the first day that we've started it, and I wrote all the logic for this and used ChatGPT to make these characters. But this is a combat game between... Well, you didn't read the instructions, Gravy. I don't know what to tell you. There's instructions. But this is a combat game, so this is the representation of chat over here. So it's a bunch of nerds that make a person, because y'all are a bunch of nerds. And then this is the Thesaurusaurus, who's the first boss. The name Thesaurusaurus actually came from Wheatspin, one of the viewers. And so if you look at the rules, there's a hint in the title as to what the theme of the words are. If you look below the stream, there's, you know, where you put like your rules and stuff like that for the stream. There's a card that shows what the chat boss fight rules are for the Thesaurusaurus. But yeah, so there's a hint to the theme of the words in the title of the stream. And then there's a set of instructions. It is definitely not linguini. I'm on my phone. It doesn't show up on the... Oh, okay. There you go, Gravy. See, I didn't know that it didn't show up on the phone, so that's important too. I need to make a chat command that can give the rules for the game so that people can go ahead and see it with the chat command. See, again, more information that I wouldn't know if I hadn't premiered this today so that I can start working on stuff. But I'll make sure I put a chat command in there that has just the general rules. And then your PCs and boxes. Oh, did y'all move? You and Dimma? Does that mean nobody's working on the base anymore? In Dune? Hmm. Oh, got it, got it. I did that when I was in the Navy when I got back from deployment. Bounced around hotels for a while. Gravy's babysitting it for you? Nice. You're such a sweetheart, Gravy. I would just let that shit decay. Let the desert take it. The Thesaurusaurus is a linguistic nightmare. If it attacks, counterattack by finding the antonym of its trigger word. Be careful though, because synonyms will enrage this creature and cause it to strike again. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, Gravy. Oh no. Oh, that's so hilarious. That's the first accidental one that's happened. And I'm so happy. That's fantastic. Chat only has 20 HP left. Oh no. Oh no. Chat's gonna lose.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so Ako Taco, my mom is an English lit major. And I have like the worst grammar on earth. And it's always been a point of contention between us because she's like, really? Really? You don't even know what a preposition is? Come on. But so I've always had like a really large vocabulary and I love words. I think words are fantastic. So it was just kind of this natural progression, you know, because chat is using text and stuff like that to talk, and because that's primarily the way they interact with the stream. It just seemed like the natural way to go is just to use. Yeah, if y'all don't hurry up and figure out the trigger and start attacking the boss, you're gonna be in trouble. Y'all are about to die. Maybe give chat more HP than the boss. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Zed. Um, Based on what Gravy was doing earlier, and how many words Gravy could come up with that were pretty synonymous or pretty antonymous, I don't know the word, with the commands. I thought that there weren't going to be enough words to use. And so I kept the hit points low and I kept the damage high because I didn't want it to not be able to get killed. But just based on how quickly Gravy was able to come up with words that probably should have worked that weren't in the file, I will be... Does the dino comply with requests? No. The dino is a beast of pure instinct. When he hears trigger words, he attacks. That's all. So definitely I need to lower the overall damage numbers. I need to add a heal command that can also be used. So we can actually heal the chat and maybe even give it more health than its base. That's an antonym of chat's attacks, Gravy. Revolt against Gravy. Gravy has done so much damage to the chat in this. This is funny. Per usual. For sure. For sure. I don't think chat's gonna make it. That's gonna be sad. We're gonna have a super short stream today. So that's the other thing y'all should know. If chat dies, the stream ends. This was not my idea. It was recommended by chat yesterday. Yes, that is correct. They need to be opposite of command and crush and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, Taco. The stream will end if chat dies. Because a streamer can't go on without chat, right? I am nothing without the viewers. And if you get defeated, how am I supposed to continue? I still can't believe that one of the words actually came up organically in the conversation. So I'll give y'all another little bit of a hint here. What do people who are conquered do? Hey, there it is. Good job, Taco. Oh, God, that's so fun. Hey, what's up, Drat? Long time no see, buddy. How you been? Yeah, that's definitely along the right track there, Gravy. Definitely along the right track. I think that word. Hey, there it is. Good job, chat. Getting them. Getting them. Oh, last 20 hit points were neck and neck. Pretty good. Usually work stuff. How's it going? Well, we've created a game for the chat, Drat. And you can see the three people in the chat playing it right now. But we've created a boss fight game where chat comes up with words that are supposed to trigger the attacks against the boss, and there's a theme which is hinted at in the title of the stream. Today's actually the first day. I just created this yesterday. So there's a theme to not just the boss's rules, but also a theme for what words are going to work that day. And it's hinted at in the title. So if you actually look at the card down underneath the chat, it'll explain to you the rules for the Thesaurusaurus, who is the boss for today, and give you a little bit of information about how the game works. And then whenever chat uses certain words, it'll trigger certain actions between the two characters, and the goal is to try and defeat the boss. Oh, there it goes. Bye-bye, Thesaurusaurus. Chat has defeated the boss. Congratulations, nerds. The realm is safe once more. Congratulations. Good job. Good job. Now the stream will never end. Yeah, so we only have 20 HP tomorrow. I'll make sure and implement a heal tomorrow. Good job, everyone. Yeah, so this is going to be a persistent game. So I'm going to start coming up with ideas. I'm going to start coming up with ideas for like ways to heal and power up and buff the chat so that over time I can start making more and more powerful monsters. Do a taco theme heal word? Oh, that's a great idea, Taco. I love that. I love that because everything is a taco. Yeah, I'll think on that. I'll think on that. I think I might go food in general. Or maybe the heals will always be foods, and then I'll use a different food theme each day so that you know, because I don't want to carry over the same words each day because I don't want you to just be able to identify a word and then be spamming it. But yeah, I'll come up with like a food theme for the heals. I think that's a good one. Hot dog taco full heal. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's so good. I love it. Can have an incentive. Yeah, so Zed, that's definitely something I want to do is I'm going to create a tracking system where every day you're going to be able to come into chat and type exclamation point mana surge. I think is going to be the trigger. So every day that you come and watch the stream and type exclamation point mana surge, you will personally get a pip, a mana pip. And I'm going to create specifically some special commands and attacks that those mana pips can be spent to either trigger, extremely large increases in attack power for short periods of time, or to do like big heals, or to permanently increase the damage by a little bit, or to just do a lot of special things. And so you'll be rewarded for coming back to the channel and watching the streams on a regular basis and just punching in that command. And each person will only be able to punch in that command once per stream to get their mana pip. Because eventually, I want to have like some really cool events that happen. Like when we have a big enough YouTube and Twitch following, I want to make them separate. And then I want to have them fight each other, right? So have the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat fighting each other. And maybe during that stream, I'll even delete the bot that is... so I'll never use the channel points, Akko Taco. And the reason I won't use the channel points is because the channel points don't work with YouTube. And I multi-stream on YouTube and Twitch. So I may create a form of channel points. That's where I'm talking about the mana pips. So that people can come in and get points through those mana pips. But I don't want to use just the Twitch channel points because I don't want to alienate the YouTube videos or the YouTube viewers. Yeah, I mean, those channel points are seriously ultimately just going to be useless because it's an antiquated system, right? Because it comes from a time when you weren't even allowed to multi-stream on Twitch. And so it's just a really, really Twitch-centric and not a community-centric kind of a system. And I very much prefer to try and include my community as a whole instead of segmenting it by using just really Twitch-specific functionality. So, it's kind of a cool little leaderboard for yourself. Like, I've been watching so much that I have 13,000 survival rations. But there's probably never going to be a thing that you can do with them. Just because, I don't want people on YouTube to feel bad. Sorry, Gravy, I missed that you were going to sleep. Yeah, have a good night. And thanks for coming and playing the game. And thanks for beta testing it for me and with me. This was super fun. I'm so excited. I'm literally having the time of my freaking life right now. I can't believe it went so well. And now, yeah, the boss is gone. Look at that. And the chat person stands triumphantly. I really need to get a better character for chat. It's so gross. It looks so weird. Oh, this is the best. The best. So, like, when the chat dies, will we not be able to type? That's the Thesaurusaurus right there. Or how is that implemented? No, when the chat dies, the chat will come back the next day and be just the base version of the chat. So this chat as it sets today with its 100 hit points is sort of what I see as the base version, like the level 0 version of the chat. And so anytime chat dies, then we're going to come back to this level 0 version. And we're going to start sort of working our way up through weaker bosses again. And then we'll have lots of different types of commands again. So you'll be able to, increase its health, increase its damage and stuff like that. So chat is going to be persistent and is going to slowly power up and level up and all that stuff. And then when it dies, specifically that stream will end. So if chat ever dies, then the stream will be over for that day. And then the next day chat will come back as its 0 version of itself again. It's level 1 version. So I've got a bunch of interesting things to do. I need to make a status UI that'll give like an explanation of the attack damage, the level, all that stuff. Probably I want to give it a level based on how many bosses it kills. So like level 1 will be it's brand new, it hasn't killed any bosses. And then level 2 will be it killed one boss, level 3 will be it killed two bosses, and we'll up its level every time it kills a boss. And then, I'll put its attack power, its HP, all that stuff. I'll put little UI elements for that next to it so that, chat can kind of track what's going on. And, I need to get a better character. I need to get some animations for it. A lot of that stuff is going to take a lot of time to implement, but just over time, we're going to be improving overall how the implementation works. Going to have to do a little programming because I need to get more better triggers because my triggers right now are really, really basic. And I actually had to create a new trigger per word so that I could prevent those words from being used multiple times. So I had to create 21 triggers just to get this implementation to work. And that's not scalable. So we'll have to do, some files and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I was almost a little disappointed with it when it was just Gravy and Zed working on it. But as everybody kind of came in all together and started working together to do it, and there was quite a bit of action and stuff going on, that was really cool. So I definitely want to reduce the damage amounts, increase the health amounts, and increase the amount of hits it takes to kill a boss. Because I also kind of want this to stretch over multiple days, right? Because the boss could be persistent too. So even if we don't defeat the boss in a single stream, that boss could come back the next day, still have the same hit points, still have the same rules, still have the same triggers, and then we can fight the boss some more. So yeah, I think more hit points, less damage per attack, more types of attacks. So, the really generic attack that maybe only does one damage could be something that has tons of synonyms. And then a more powerful attack that maybe does, 10 damage could be, something that only has like 4 or 5 synonyms. And so it's much more difficult to re-trigger, and it's much more difficult to accidentally find. So, yeah. I mean, there's tons and tons of stuff we can do in here. I'm very excited. I see a lot of scalable ways to make it better. It's game agnostic, so it doesn't matter what we're doing on the stream. It doesn't matter what conversations we're having. Nothing really that's going on or that we're doing has any sort of bearing on the game itself. And the game itself is just kind of this meta thing for chat to deal with. They can have conversations with each other. Again, so I kind of told this to Gravy, but the big point of this is to get chat to be as active as possible, because that helps me, rise in the rankings and improve the chance that new people will come into the stream and improve the chance that they'll stick around because, they want to participate or whatever. So I think it's going to be great. So I'll work on it a little bit every day. I'll try and make a little bit of an improvement to it every single day. And, over the course of the next few months, it should really turn into a full, interesting game mechanic. But I can't thank y'all enough for testing it out for me today. That was super cool. And I don't actually see the animations. So I know that chat's over here, but I can't see chat because I'm not looking at the stream. I can bring up something and I can look at it, but I don't see the animations happen, but I am listening to the audio cues. So I get to hear every time the attacks and stuff happen. And it really, really puts a smile on my face. And I think that's the other thing, is hearing those things happening really gives me a boost of energy. I've been I've been really enjoying hearing the attacks go off. So, very excited about that. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about new implementations. I can't stop thinking about the the big difficulty, the thing I have to overcome tonight is creating files for the triggers so that I can just dump tons of words into the files and then have the system erase the word.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I already talked to Gravy about it. But one of the things we're going to do is, you know how Gravy's got their little robot or their little television head person as their personal depiction? I'm going to turn Gravy into a boss. And we're going to fight Gravy. And it's probably something I'll do with lots of other content creators because, you know, content creators have catchphrases and stuff like that that they use a lot. So I'll probably get with some content creators, you know, some people I know and like, and get some catchphrases and stuff from them that can trigger attacks from them. And then I think I am going to come up with a set of rules unique to the chat. So instead of doing like I did this time, where the chat attacks were based on the boss attacks, I think instead I'd like to set up a set of rules for the chat attacks and then just change the theme of those attacks every day. So, like heals could be food, and we'll use different food themes every day. And then attacks could be, I don't know, I'll come up with something. But we're going to change that, and then we're going to change the rules of how, right? It won't always be synonyms and antonyms. So we'll create a set of rules for chat so that once they identify one of the attacks for the day, then they can use those rules to try and identify the other words that are going to be used for those attacks. So maybe sword forms could be one of them. I like that idea. Yeah, y'all are all gonna be the most, or you're gonna be the people with the best vocabularies in your social circles after watching this stream. We're gonna get crazy with it. The Chat Education Initiative. Goodness, this is cool. All right, I'll be right back in just a second, y'all. I gotta take a leak.
Drat_erratic says your drone has gone AWOL.
Yeah, absolutely. Zed, that's a great idea. I don't even have a drone, Drat. How could it possibly go AWOL? Something I definitely do want to do, Zed, is I do want to start changing chat's image over time. Yeah, yeah, exactly. For weapons and armors and stuff like that, for sure, for sure. And I definitely want to do that. I like the idea of quests, for sure. Yeah, we'll have to brainstorm some more on that. Definitely. What quests could be, what the objectives could be. I also want to have surprise bosses. Like sometimes when you're playing some video games, some fighting video games, they have like, here comes a new challenger kind of things. So I would love for there to be maybe some really, really secret words that trigger, a secondary boss or another boss to enter the fight. Some sort of a special boss. Maybe that'll be actually, that's perfect. That'll be how we give out rewards and stuff like that, is if you accidentally trigger one of these special bosses, they'll be like a quote unquote loot goblin kind of boss. They won't be totally useless where they just sit around and don't do anything. They'll obviously trigger attacks and stuff. But then once you kill that new boss, you'll get some sort of item reward for it or something, and then I'll equip it to the character, and it'll have, stats and stuff like that that'll add and change the character. I think that's fantastic. Perfect. Definitely what we're going to do. Yeah, exactly. Loot lizard. Fuck yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. I always knew I wanted to make video games. I didn't realize that my favorite video game was going to be the gamification of my stream. But I am totally fucking here for this. I'm just giddy. I haven't been this juiced up in a long time. Or if someone has a 10-word sentence that all starts with the same letter, ooh, that's going to be much more difficult to implement, Zed, but absolutely. Absolutely. That's a really cool idea. Yeah, really, really get people to stretch their linguistic muscles. I like that. Ooh. Ooh, I have a really good one. If someone ends a sentence in a preposition. I don't even know what the fuck a preposition is. I just know that's something you're not supposed to do. We got an enemy in system. It's possible they'll come here to kill us. And we'll have to run away. Rosemary hit everything. This person's actually new like us, 731, so they started a couple of days after we did. They've only been playing for 6 days now. Hey, welcome, new bro. I'm also a new bro. Don't come kill me. I don't have any weapons. I'll have to talk to mom about that preposition thing. And see if she can come up with a cool idea for what the preposition boss could be. Bet you she's got something cool up her sleeve. Oh, they're here. Run away.
Warp drive active.
Bye, Rosemary. Teleporto. This region's actually totally played out, so we're just going to go ahead and find a new region to go to. This one's got lots of stuff and it's only one jump away, so we'll go here.
Warp drive active.
I really like the idea of having much more intricate triggers for the special bosses, though, Zed. I think that's a really good idea. Instead of just single words, having something that could potentially be really complex. Because then it can have a really, really drastic effect, you know? Like that boss can be really strong, and it would give people a reason to use their mana pips and stuff that they've been gaining to do special attacks and stuff to it. But then the item that it gives could be really, really powerful too. I mean, that's just fantastic.
Warp drive active.
Ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum-bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-dum, bum-bum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I think also because this is going to be a persistent thing, instead of changing chat's action words every day, instead I'm going to change them when they get down to a certain percentage. So we'll set up a theme for chat's action words, and then we'll get all of the words that could possibly be that, right? So like, I am in the mood, Drat. You don't even know. I'm in such a good mood. But so chat's action words say, you know, we were doing food, and this particular food set for healing was sushi. But we would put all the different types of sushi that I could think of into a file to be triggers for the heal command. And then instead of wasting all of those potential commands because they didn't get used on the day that they were the commands, we won't eliminate those commands until they're at, say, 50%. Or maybe we never eliminate them at all. Well, no, so this is what we'll do. At 50%, we'll create a new list of commands that will also do the heal command. And then at 25%, we'll completely remove sushi. And then when the new list of commands gets down to 50, we'll add a new one. And then when that new list gets down to 25, we'll remove it. So that way we can keep cycling. So that way there's always plenty of commands, but you're not necessarily having to make a totally new theme every single day. And then the bosses, of course, will have their themes, and the boss's theme will stay static until that boss is defeated. And then it'll just be the chat's themes that are sort of changing over time. I like that very much. I'm going to forget half of what we talked about today. Gonna forget half of what we've talked about today. Also, since we're at such an early stage here, I guess we should talk about a potential drastic change to the way this works. Oh, yeah, good thing I'm recording it. That's true, Dred. I could come back and just listen. Except I hate the sound of my voice, so there's no way I would do that. I never watch my own videos. I don't even check to make sure that the quality of the audio on the long form videos that I put out is good, because I just cannot stand the sound of my voice. It drives me up a wall. So I put them out there blind. I don't even listen. It's pretty funny. But the drastic change could be, yeah, I know, Drat. I know. I am a crazy person. That's definitely true. Definitely true. But yeah, so the drastic change that we could potentially put in is, I personally like the idea of having chat work together as a single entity. But there is also the option of trying to give everybody their own character. This would mean, much, much smaller models and much less growth of the character, because each character would be growing on its own. But that is certainly an option. And so maybe y'all can give some feedback on that. Would y'all rather each have your own character, and specifically the commands you triggering against your character and also from your character? So if you trigger the boss attack, then the boss will attack you specifically. And then if you trigger the chat attack, then your character specifically will do the attack. Or would you prefer to have all of chat sort of working together and triggering the attacks and working against the boss as sort of one singular entity? In the mood, stuck in my head, it's your fault. Was I singing something about being in the mood? I don't even remember what song I was singing, honestly. That was more than 30 seconds ago. I forgot. Ever forget? Happened to me. I've been living for the weekend, but no, not anymore. 'Cause here comes that familiar feeling pride is screaming for. So here's the next potential issue. Under what category do I stream? In a year, and I still take it as a personal challenge to name the obscure songs you sing. What's really funny is I don't know the names or the artists of any of the songs I sing. I only know the lyrics. It has always been this way. But I'm glad that you take it upon yourself to identify those things. I'm going to have to start confining myself to songs that start confining myself to songs that are clues to the attack and action words of the day, or for the new boss or whatever. I don't think I'll actually be able to confine myself to those types of songs, but maybe. Maybe. Now we just have to find the category under which to stream. Because, I mean, I guess eventually the stream won't be talking so much about the implementation of the game. The game will just kind of be here. The game thing is a really new thing, so I'm talking about it a lot. But, like, that's probably turning off some of the Eve players who are probably coming to the stream specifically to talk about Eve. And I'm over here rambling about some bullshit chat game that I'm in the middle of making. So we may have to, I don't know, we may have to adjust or something like that. Alter the category. Or alter the types of games we play or something like that. I don't know. Become a just chatting streamer whose entire stream is based on the chat game. Just sit here and ramble incoherently while chat tries to figure out how to attack the boss of the day. Yeah, today is like day 17 with Eve. I am enjoying it. A couple of days ago, I almost quit playing because it was pissing me off. But I got over it. We're back. We're back. Even though I'm literally doing the most boring thing you can do in Eve, I'm really enjoying myself. I mean, we're literally just sitting here waiting for timers to tick down. And that's it. There is nothing else going on. But that's why this game is so important for this is, you know, I enjoy a lot of the really boring parts of video games. And so having something else that can be going on that we can be having such an in-depth conversation about, I think is really important. I can't believe what an unmitigated success the game was, though. Despite the fact that it's literally in its minimum viable form right now. Oh, I just lost chat. My computer turned off. That has my chat on it. That's 2 days in a row that I've forgotten to connect the computers so that that doesn't happen. Because I'm a dum-dum. Get it back up here in just 1 second, though. Come on, you stupid thing. Whoopsie. Well, now y'all can't even talk to me. You just have to listen to me ramble. I'm a rambling man. Lord, I was born a rambling man. There's nobody to talk to. I suddenly run out of things to talk about. Whoopsie. All right, we're back. Somebody do me a favor and type something so I know if everything's working. That would be great, thank you. And I will open up my little... Hey. I see it. Thank you. Okay. Now that shouldn't happen again. Yeah, in case you didn't notice, Drat, KD said is the cheeky brother.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active.
Of course, yes.
active.
Need a new game. What are you thinking, Drat? What are you thinking? There's actually been a couple of things I think that came out recently that I was a little interested in looking at. I don't know if it's still going on, but there's like an isometric RuneScape-esque MMO called Drakentos that is having or was having a playtest. I don't know if it's still going on, but really lightweight, really old school graphic style isometric MMO game. I played a little bit of it one day. It was interesting. I don't know how complex the mechanics of the game are going to be or how engrossing it's going to be. But if that playtest is still going on, that could be interesting to get into. I think they just had or are about to have an update to RuneScape Dragon Wilds. If you're looking for another survival game, I haven't played RuneScape Dragon Wilds and it's not in full release yet, but that's an option. If I could get my stream or my Steam to come up, and I could look at some more stuff. Let's see. Let's just go to the Steam homepage on the internet. There we go. There's a there's a voice controlled game that just came out called Mage Arena. But it's got very positive 94% positive reviews on Steam right now. It's a little indie game. It's in early access, but it's $3. But I think the spells are triggered by voice, so you have to have a headset, I'm pretty sure. But it's like a weird little mage PvP game. I saw a very, very short video on it. But some people have already been talking about it, and it's already got 7,000, almost 8,000 reviews. So, at least for a quick little, dip your toe in, have a little fun for a couple hours kind of a game, that's probably pretty good. Yeah, no, I think that's super cool. If you haven't played Expedition 33, and you like single player RPGs, I think Expedition 33 is like the most critically acclaimed video game that's come out this year so far. I know Zero Gravy played it on his stream, and it looked super cool when I went and watched it. I haven't played it. It's a little on the expensive side, but it's extraordinarily popular. There's always the good old standby of Baldur's Gate. the new Baldur's Gate 3. I guess it's not that new anymore. But who doesn't want to play Baldur's Gate 3? Especially with mods. Grounded 2 just came out. So I don't know if you played any Grounded, but I know you're kind of a survival player like me. It's been getting some pretty decent reviews. It's still in early access, but it's at mostly positive. Well, it's only a 77% positive, so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just between yeah, I haven't actually watched anything about Grounded 2. So I don't really know anything about it, especially because it's still in early access. I am pretty tired of early access games. I got to admit, I don't know if I can keep supporting games that come out half complete. I will probably reserve my judgment on Grounded until it actually comes out, for better or worse, in a 1.0 release. Which is also why I haven't played Enshrouded yet. It's also why I haven't played Bitcraft yet. That's why I haven't played Path of Exile 2 yet. I wish they would have released Dune as an early access game, so I could have not played it until they actually fixed their end game. That would have made me happy. But I'm pretty over the whole early access thing. I understand that sometimes you need a little extra money, a little extra funding to get the game over the finish line, but honestly, go get some funding from a publisher or something like that. Get some capital from people who invest, right? Get some investors. You already have a publisher. Most of you are already publishing your games through a publisher that's already going to have a lot of control over your monetization and stuff like that. So it's not like it's not like you haven't already made the deal with the devil. So don't make the deal with the devil and then get your last bit of funding from your player base and then put out a half-baked game. Just get your publisher to fund the whole thing. That's their job. They're the ones who are supposed to be taking that financial risk, not the game, not the players. So I think I probably won't ever buy, at least I will try really hard not to buy early access games from now on. Because I don't want to perpetuate that. The only way I might do an early access if it was being published by the developer independently. And so they needed the funding to be able to complete the game, and they didn't already have, corporate investors or something that were, getting a say in monetization and stuff like that for the game. So if it was just like a single developer or a small dev team that was going to publish independently and hadn't already gone down that road, then I could get behind it. If you've already gotten in bed with the bad guys, might as well snuggle up a little closer and stop making me fund your development cycle. Where are we? Oh my goodness. $1.29 milli. Lord, I was born a rambling man. Oh, I just had another super cool idea. Yo, what's up, Auntie Charlotte? How are you? What if we got chat from two different streams to fight each other? I'm pretty sure it can be done. Using if this then that. But you could just, the streams could be going concurrent. Interesting. Interesting. So it's way outside of my, like, a messed up cooking stream. No, so I was thinking, Auntie Charlotte, yesterday we started prototyping, and today we actually got to interact with it for the first time, a boss fight game. So you can't see it right now, but I'll go ahead and turn the image back on. This is, this right here is the Thesaurusaurus. And it was the first boss in our chat boss fight game that we're building for the channel. And the way it worked was there were a series of words that were synonyms of the word dominate that triggered the boss's attacks. And the antonyms to those words, so things like submit, yield, stuff like that, were the chat command words that triggered the chat attack. And so as chat was talking today, they sort of stumbled upon some of these words. And then when they understood the rules for the synonyms and antonyms, they started triggering intentionally the attacks for the chat, and then accidentally sometimes triggering attacks for the boss. And so we're going to be developing this idea over time and improving on it and changing it with new bosses and stuff like that. But it's all going to be just this chat-based, chat-run game. But I was thinking it'd be super cool if we could get the chats from this stream and the chats from another stream linked together. And then if we were streaming at the same time, the two chats could be attacking each other. Or honestly, it doesn't even have to be at the same time. I just realized we could link. It would require some pretty severe trust on the side of both of the streamers. But using streamer.bot and linking it to multiple Twitch and YouTube accounts, the fights could happen even while both streamers weren't online. which is actually kind of interesting. No, it's a little outside of my scope there, but little outside of my scope, little outside of my skill, but maybe one day. But for now, we're going to keep developing new bosses, and we're going to keep sort of improving the power of our character. And like the old BBS games. BBS, what does BBS stand for? Bulletin board system? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, yeah, that was a little before my my internet gaming time. Oh, interesting. This is a little... Y'all are making me feel super young. Thank you. Oh, dang. That's what's up. I mean, I'm 38. I'll be turning 39 here really soon. So when Eve came out, I was playing MMO games. I just wasn't playing Eve. Yeah. Most of the people in this chat, despite the fact that I am fairly old for a hardcore gamer, most of the people that come to my chat and watch my stream are typically older than I am, which is weird. Because that is not the primary demographic of gamers. I am definitely in the older 20%, I think, of most gamers. But I'm into it. I like it. Makes me feel super young. Eve, I think, average is like 38 or something. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. So I'm like right there. Right there on the average. But this was happening, so even when I was playing Once Human, which is the game that I first started this stream on, most of my viewers were older. Then we moved into Ark. Actually, Ark, I think, is the only game where most of my viewers were younger than me. Well, maybe also New World and Albion. Okay, so Once Human and this game are really the only two where the viewers have pretty much all been older. I was really surprised when it was Once Human, because Once Human seemed like more of a young person's game. And a lot of older gamers were playing that game. A lot. I see Abiotic Factor on PC Game Pass. Think I'll try that first, then BG3. Nice. I don't really know what Abiotic Factor is about. Lord, I was born a rambling man. Now I can't get that song stuck out of my head. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Freaking goodness gracious. Y'all can't see it because I don't have a camera. But I'm just like wiggling in my chair right now. I'm so excited about this chat boss fight game. So excited. So much waiting and watching. But gotta do it. Gotta get that cheddar cheese. We're up about 200,000 LP today, which is a little over 150 million ISK in just under 3 hours. Oh, you disgust me. You disgust me, Charlotte. You corporate slave. Go back to your cubicle. The only people deserving of the freedom of space are the free people of the Minmatar Republic. Making for ourselves, by ourselves, without the oversight of some corporation or some religion or some garbage, corrupt government. Just a free people living the best way they can. But we got an enemy in the system. Ruh-roh, Reggie. Ruh-roh. IRL, I would agree. In-game, best ships, market is ours, best LP payouts. It's true. When I get my next character, so every 3 billion ISK that I get doing this, I'm gonna Omega a new account until I have 4 accounts, and I'm gonna put them all in different places. But my next one is definitely gonna be going to join the Caldari so that I can get those better payouts for LP. For sure, for sure. But I just couldn't do it on my primary character. I couldn't bring myself to sell out to a corporation. Yeah, they really need to fix the fact that Jita is the sole hub. I was looking at a graph that was expressing, the hub activity for the different hubs in the different regions, and I mean it's all Jita now. All of the other hubs combined only do like 10% or 12% of the volume that Jita does, which is just sad. Well, yeah, but that's kind of the point, though, is if the devs don't put their thumb on the scale a little bit and create a reason to have different markets, then of course you're only going to have one market. I mean, duh. That's just the best way to go about it as a player. And I know that the game is supposed to be a sandbox, but sandbox doesn't mean no rules, and sandbox doesn't mean no dev interference. It just means minimal, right? It means keeping things as open-ended as possible. But you have to motivate the players to do certain types of activities. And especially motivating players to use all of the different hubs would be a huge boon for new players. It would be a huge boon for keeping those new players. Because as it stands right now, you don't really know a whole lot about the game when you join. And so you go through yeah, I mean, I'm brand new to the game. I've only been playing for 16 days. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, the players could fix that. But it's not a problem for late stage players, which is why it's less likely to be something that the players fix. But it is a problem for player retention of new players, which I think puts it in the purview of the devs. The rock market had to move. They were so effective at it, the devs had to sprinkle more high quality rocks into low and lower high sec. That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about this on the channel before, but I intend to try to bring at least some life to the Minmatar hub in Heck. I intend to sell all my resources there. I don't intend to move to Jita. So I do want to try and have a positive impact on this trade hub, but I'm just one person, so I can only have so much of an impact. Maybe I can bring some other people in who want to do the same thing in this hub and other hubs. But again, there's got to be a reason, there's got to be value. with wormhole space giving you lots of options for transferring goods. It makes it less likely that even people who live out in Nullsec near Minmatar are ever going to sell anything here. I agree about new players. I tend to be middle ground. Devs need to improve the cold reality of being new. However, I still look to player groups. What's the point of having cores, stock, alliances, and even characters if you aren't helping people? Yeah. I mean, I absolutely agree, but um, I don't know. I tend to put a lot more of the impetus on devs than I do on players. Because players tend to have a very wanting to grow my own power focus in video games. And we know that. And they're going to optimize their path to their own personal power. And so if you want to manipulate the way a player plays in any way, you just have to adjust that path a little bit. And I think that just falls on devs to do. I think it's a little bit of a cop-out to say, well, we don't want to interfere with the sandbox of it all. Like that's just a cop-out. That's just you saying you don't know exactly what to do to put your thumb on the scale, so you're not going to do anything. I mean, it's already so difficult for new players to try and plex their accounts or, to try and get a significant leg up in their economy so that they don't have to worry so much about, losing ships and stuff like that as they start moving through the tiers. And it already takes so long to move through the tiers that when you compound on top of that the fact that you're going to be paying more and getting less for all of your resources if you don't start in Caldari, that's just, it's too much. My opinion, I think that Void should be filled by player groups. Yeah, I mean, I think we just fundamentally disagree on whose job it is to fix that stuff. Which is fine. And I'd be happy if the solution came either way. Right? If the devs fix the problem by giving us motivation to want to do stuff in other regions, great. But if players fix the problem by a bunch of players coming together to, move resources and improve the quality of other trade hubs, then that's great too. Like, I don't care how it gets fixed. Yeah. Yeah, how it gets done is certainly less important to me than whether or not it gets done. And like I said, I'll do my part. I'm not just going to bitch about it and then move to Jita. I think it's important that every region have a good trade hub. And I personally prefer the Minmatar aesthetic, so I will be staying in Minmatar space and trying to do as much, if not all of my trading through the Heck Hub. And hopefully that can bring a little life to it. And maybe we'll see a gradual increase in overall value of trades here. I will be going and getting LP in other regions, but those characters, that LP doesn't, it's a global market, so it doesn't really matter. That's actually one of the reasons that I think LP is such a great way for new people to get resources or to get money, is because as soon as you get it, it's as good as gold, and you can't lose it, which I think is super important. It's bullshit that they made LP a global market. Did you used to not be able to just donate LP to corporations and get paid, or are you talking about the Plex market? Interesting. I don't know what the system was like before. I know that you used to get 2 types of LP instead of just 1.
Warp drive active.
Oh, okay, so you used to have to sell LP on the market hubs? That's interesting.
Warp drive active.
You could get an item, blueprint, or hardware, then sell it for your... I mean, you can still do that, though. So, I definitely see your perspective there. The idea of using LP to go get, blueprints and stuff, and then moving those is important because it increases hauling, it increases, the value of resources that are moving about a region of space. It increases the amount of trade activity that's going on because, you're actively having to bring those things to market and sell them. It increases the amount of industry that's going on. And those things are all great, 100%. From a new player perspective, though, being able to turn my LP directly into currency is extraordinarily valuable for me because it's a very, very sure way of getting currency that helps mitigate a lot of the extra risk that I have to go through because I'm new and I don't have skills, right? If I had to be hauling blueprints or moving valuable things around, then I have to take a greater risk than more experienced or longer lasting players because I don't have the skills that help my align times. I don't have the skills that help my armors. I don't have any of that. So I'm not just taking the same risk to move things around as a new player. I'm taking a drastically increased risk. And that, again, is just going to drive new players out of the game. If it's exceptionally complicated and or my risk is drastically increased, then what's the point for me? How am I ever going to catch up when I'm already absorbing a disproportionate amount of risk? So from that perspective, I like that I can just turn my LP directly into currency because it's making my progress significantly better as a new player. It is, though, because you can't interact with things. I mean, even I'm sitting here playing Faction Wars, and I can even go to like the Navy, the Scout Navy sites. But if anybody comes here, I lose because I don't have Tech 2 turrets yet. So the faction warfare makes that catch up much, much shorter. They stole margin from you and others. Right, but I don't care about rich people. I care about new players. Because people who have been playing here for a long time, right, but then I'm just running away. So what you're saying is you want to relegate new players to being prey animals until they get to a point where they can be predators. If I can't win a fight because I haven't caught up yet and my only option is to run, then I am literally just a prey animal until I get to a point where I might be able to fight back. So shortening that time, getting new players into a position where they have options between fight or flight, I think is an extremely important thing in the early game, because nobody wants to just log in and run away all day. I mean, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to log in and run away all day. But ultimately, that's not fun. You weren't improving player skills. You were improving character skills. Because the character skills are the thing that are holding me back. Now, granted, I'm also not a great fighter. But again, you're putting a disproportionate amount of the risk on newer players in that situation. Because if I already have less player skill and I have less character skill, then I am naturally at greater risk every time I undock than everybody else out there. And that risk only increases the longer the game has been out, because the baseline skill of players in every game increases over the longevity of that game's life. So like League of Legends, bronze players today are like as good as diamond players a decade ago. Because that's how, skill over time works. So you are drastically hindering the ability of new players to be able to get into the game, if not only are they at a disadvantage of player skill, but also a disadvantage of character skill. And so anything that you can do to shorten that gap in character skill so that they can interact with the systems to try and improve their player skill is a good thing. Which is why I love faction warfare, because it really does break down, right? You've got just frigates, you've got just Tech 1 frigates, you've got just Tech 2 frigates, you've got just Tech 1 destroyers, you've got just Tech 2 destroyers, you've got cruisers, you've got, battleships, and it tiers up. And so I think the faction warfare system is phenomenal for that. But there's still a bit of a gap, and Eve is risk, total risk. I'm running missions in known mission system. There are pirates here. I'm alone. 2.6 bill ship with costly implants. Absolutely. I don't disagree that Eve is risk. But you have to look at where the majority of that risk falls. Because the risk that I take when I undock is significantly different than the risk that, say, one of the core members of Goon Swarm takes when they undock in their own personal null space. Because the risk-reward curve is not a flat line. The newer and the lower character skill you have, the greater percentage of risk you take on. Because the greater number of players have an advantage over you and can kill you. And so when you compound the risk on new players, you slowly decrement your player base over time. Okay, then when a goon swarm person undocks in low sec space, then, right? If a goon swarm player was out here and I was out here, okay, so let's say we go to the same space, right? I'm out here in low sec. A goon swarm player comes out here in low sec because their character skills are significantly higher than mine, and because their player skill is probably higher than mine. Their risk doing the same activity as me, even in the same ship, is significantly lessened. Because their ship naturally has more hit points. Their ship naturally does more damage. They have a better understanding of the game. And I'm not saying that players... I'm not saying that players should... Right, but I'm not specifically talking... Goon Swarm is just an example. I mean, say I was in a cruiser. Okay, so we're both in cruisers. Right, I actually can't even fly any cruisers right now. So, again, I am drastically increasing my risk versus what one of those players would be risking. So they are getting significantly more reward than I am. And I'm taking on more risk than they are doing the same activities. And so again, that's slightly mitigated by faction warfare. Because I can come out here and I can be in a scout navy location, and then even a person like a goon swarm member who wants to come and fight me, who maybe has, 100 billion or 100 million skill points, still can only come out here in a scout navy ship to fight me. And so that drastically flattens the risk reward curve, because I can fairly quickly get to a point where my skills are on par with that person's Tech 1 frigate skills. And so I have a much better chance of winning that fight. And now, instead of being a comparison between character levels and also player skill, now it's just a question of player skill. And so now I can see where I go wrong. I can make those adjustments. But without this faction warfare system, right, if I just go out into space somewhere, because I'm not being given the security of this faction warfare node, where I can only be attacked by certain types of ships, then my risk jumps up an insane amount. Right? If I want to haul stuff because I need to make my early game currency, I'm going to be in a low tier hauler that doesn't have skills, that doesn't have, Tech 2 modules or any of that. So I am a way easier target. Even if I'm going through low sec space, right? There's all kinds of people who gank low sec haulers. So my ability to make income early game requires a huge amount of risk. And it's not just about whether or not I learn, how to use the web to align myself faster or, use safe locations. Those are important things to learn. But it's not just about learning those things. It's also about the player or the character skills that make me just ultimately less capable than everybody else. I understand that there's always risk. My point is, who is absorbing the majority of that risk? Saying, but that's Eve, isn't an argument. It doesn't... Okay, well, I'm not having this conversation again. This is like the 4th time I've had this conversation with Eve players. And their response is always, that's the way the game is. You're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say they're the only ones taking risks. I said they take the majority of the risk. Their risk is greater than an established player's risk, and it should be the other way around. That's fine. You're allowed to be wrong.
You cannot warp there, because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship. Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
I mean, it is my opinion that if you're going to have systems in a game that make attacking low tier players content, ganking low tier haulers or killing low tier players to get whatever it is they have, then you also need to have systems in your game that make protecting low tier players content. Right? You need to motivate players to do both of those things. Because if you just have motivations in the game that give you reason to want to attack lower tier players, then you alienate any new person who tries to join your game. But if you give a player a motivation to protect that player by having a more equal fight with the person who's attacking them, and potentially increasing their risk by attacking somebody who can fight back better, then you create a more welcoming environment to those new players. But because the player who is trying to defend that new player is going to be increasing their risk by fighting somebody who has a greater potential to fight back, then there has to be some sort of incentivization that's going to make them want to fight that other player instead of just ganking a bunch of new players. So I'm totally fine with keeping the older systems of having to move resources around and not being able to just sell LP for currency through an automatic transfer and needing to move all that stuff around to other regions of space. But if you do that, then you have to create a motivation for hero-style gameplay, not just villain-style gameplay. Because if you attack low tier and new players who are moving stuff around and don't really know what they're doing and don't really have a lot, I hate to tell you, you're the villain. And that's fine. Villain is part of the fantasy. Lots of people like to play the villain. But if you don't motivate the hero side of that, then the villains just get to run amok and do whatever they want to the new players. So you've got to motivate the hero side of that in some way. Again, the same thing happens. The longer you've been in a game, the more established you are, the greater ability you likely have to muster up teammates. So again, sure, I can move as a team, but as a new player, if I have the ability to muster up, 4 or 5 people, then the more established player who wants to kill me to take my stuff has the ability to muster up 7 or 8 people. And so when we're all moving as solos, the gankers move as solos because the value proposition, right, the income per time says you need to move as a solo because you're only ever going to be catching one player. So you're only ever going to get one player worth of value. But if all of the players started moving as groups, the gankers just start moving as groups. And so they just end up with the exact same value proposition. My problem's no matter what I say, you'll just move the goalpost. Because the risk is greater. And I'm only moving the goalpost to match your new input. Right? How am I moving the goalpost by saying the gankers are going to go in groups and you're not moving the goalpost by saying go out in groups? How am I the one triggering that change in paradigm? I'm not. You did it first. The point is when the risk of both groups is as equal as it can be. EVE's not the only risk-reward PvP game in the whole world, and I've played all of them for collectively thousands of hours. So I would say I have a great grasp of how the systems work. EVE isn't unique. It's not a one-of-a-kind experience. It might have been the first, but it's not unique. Yo, what's up, Twist? How are you? We it took way less time than I thought, Twist. We actually got the boss fight mechanic implemented today and we got to try it out. So we actually defeated the Thesaurusaurus today with our little nerd candy chat dude. We captured it. I wasn't paying attention.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
All right. I think while we get this one here, I need to go get some food. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. I'm a little hungry. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes here. I'm going to go make some tacos. All right. We back. Got my foods. Very excited about it. Tacos. Gross. Might as well just drink some dirt water. Sprinkle a little caffeine in it. You disgust me, Twist. Coffee is a bad drink for bad people.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
Yeah, I hate coffee, dude. It's gross. Why would anybody want to drink ground up dirt? I don't get it. I've never understood it. My little brother is a world class barista and coffee bean roaster. His basically entire professional life revolves around coffee. He has never ever poured me a coffee that I thought was better than plain old orange juice. Or really any other plain old juice or just regular water or any of that. So gross. Mostly I just like to bust people's balls when they talk about drinking coffee, though. I mean, everybody's taste buds are different. Drink whatever makes you happy. But I'm going to talk shit about it. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, I would say liking disgusting things is a criteria for being disgusting, is it not? Is not liking and appreciating refined things a criteria for being a refined person? I think that that logic tracks extremely well. It's not my fault you like dirt water. I'm just saying. Taco, taco man. I want to be a taco man. Yo, what up, Sozu? School starts back tomorrow. I'm not ready. My class still doesn't have posters hanging up. Um, what the hell? You got to get those posters up. That's fair. That's fair. So glad I don't go to school anymore. I don't even know what school schedules are anymore. School was like the anti-fun. Get those rules and expectations slide tomorrow. The fake test. I love the fake test. Are you going to be stressing out your students for no reason? You're a monster. Like they don't have enough stress in their lives. The reading questions test. So at the end it says like just write your name on it and flip it over. But if you don't read the directions carefully and just start writing, you miss the point of the assignment. Oh, I hate that crap. Especially oh, why didn't I hear the audio for that go off? That wasn't supposed to happen. I meant to turn those off. Okay, that won't happen anymore. We can bring the little duder back now. Everybody can see him. So I actually got the game that we were discussing yesterday, sort of up and running in a really preliminary form today. We actually had quite a lot of fun today getting it killed. It will be in a much better place tomorrow. Yeah, but so I dislike tests like that because, especially if the instructions are like a step-by-step set of instructions. I could totally understand if, you have like an instructions page on the front and then you have all of the questions and then, um, that first instructions page is where you had the, write your name on it and then you're done instruction. But if it's step-by-step instructions and the last instruction is the one that says, okay, ignore all of these and just do this step, then that kind of annoys me because, like, why wouldn't I go through and do each step as I read it? Like, that's insane. But if it's just, these are the instructions on how to take this test, then the last instruction is write your name and you're done, and the test hasn't even started, then that's totally different. And I'm totally for that. But you definitely have to implement it correctly. Otherwise, it's just a big slap in the face. And doesn't really teach anybody anything. Burning all my currency. Let's see. We still need to get another 500,000 loyalty points today. I came up a little short yesterday because I spent quite a bit of time trying to implement the chat game. And I also lost a couple of ships because I was just leaving my ship out gathering points. And people were just like following me around, killing me over and over again. So I lost like 5 or 6 ships yesterday. It made me sad.
You cannot warp there because natural phenomena are disrupting the ship.
Your face is a natural phenomena.
Active.
How about that? Got you.
Warp drive active.
Mine has a read all the questions carefully before beginning thing. So in theory, they should look at the entire page before writing. But that does have, which is just to get them to read directions before we do science labs. Kids tend to just start doing shit if you don't. Yeah, I think that's a pretty common practice. And I would say I probably very much disagree with it. I definitely think that you should read an instruction carefully before moving on. And if a lab has time sensitive things like, this step needs to be done within 30 seconds of the step before it, then I could understand, needing to be prepared for that. But I feel like that's probably a failure of the instructions. I don't know. Maybe it's an optimization thing for me. I don't want to personally spend the time reading all of the directions and then go back and read each direction as I do it. I feel like that's a really suboptimal way to go about things. So I just want to read instruction, do instruction, read instruction, do instruction, read instruction, do instruction. The battle you have to fight to just get a lot of kids to read, they actively fight against it. And for example, they'll click buttons. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I suppose. I guess there is some value in knowing what each step is supposed to look like before you actually get there, because it does give you a better frame of reference and an upfront understanding of whether or not you've done something wrong. If you only know what the end result is supposed to look like when you get there, and you didn't know what all the steps were supposed to look like along the way, I could see how you might not realize that you had made a mistake until you had already gotten too far to correct it, or you'd gotten far enough in for something bad to happen. But I don't know. I guess I don't like being tricked, even if that trick is trying to teach me something. I mean, because it really is just a question of semantics. You put read all questions carefully before beginning on the test. And the other interpretation is read each question read each question carefully before beginning, which could possibly be looked at as before doing each question, read it carefully, and then move on to the next question. So it is a very small change in the specific words used to give it the desired intention. And while the specifics of words are important, it feels a little bit like you're trying to trick some students by giving them as little information about the intended goal of the test as possible. And by making that first instruction as close to a different instruction as possible. It feels disingenuous to me. I don't know. If instead the first instruction was read every single question before even starting the first question, or before writing anything on this paper or answering any questions, read each and every question thoroughly, and then, I don't know, something that has more words, something that's a little more descriptive, instead of this really short, could potentially be misunderstood or something. And then, haha, gotcha at the end. When I was a kid, that would definitely have made me mad. something like, do not answer any question until you have completely read every question, I think is short and also much more descriptive. Because if your goal is to get them to follow instructions, the instructions have to be clear and in no way possible to be misunderstood. If you can't follow the very first thing you read, you'll never do science labs correctly. Like the first real lab is using a chemical and breathing into it to turn it yellow, basically. So that one will tell them to blow slightly into the straw for 30 seconds or whatever, 100% of the time. It will grab the straw, blow as hard as possible into it, throwing chemicals everywhere. Right, but that kid's just an idiot. And tricking that kid into doing the entire test and then realizing they didn't have to isn't going to change that, right? That's just a dumb person. But having something where the instructions could potentially be misunderstood, and then a kid going through and being very explicit about trying to follow the directions and reading each question carefully and then answering each question in turn, and then getting to the end and realizing that they had misunderstood that first instruction because it wasn't clear enough, is not the same, right? You're not teaching the same thing there. So unless there's no room for misinterpretation in that first question, then it's just a gotcha. And honestly, well, that's what I'm saying. There shouldn't be any interpretation. But that's a failure of the instruction. Because it's not clear enough. Especially because you're trying to subvert the way that you would normally take a test. Right? Maybe if every test I'd ever taken was read every question before even answering the first question, then I would understand that instruction fairly naturally. But every other test I've taken in my entire life up to this point has been read question 1, answer question 1. Read question 2, answer question 2. Read question 3, answer question 3. And so because you're trying to intentionally subvert that prior understanding and experience, then you have to even be more clear with that initial instruction. So it can't just be read all before you do anything. It has to be read, don't answer any question until you have read every question, which is a much more clear and explicit or don't answer question 1 until you have read every question on the page or whatever, because you're trying to subvert what is now years of experience. I would say with AI and intentionally misleading headlines, twisting of facts, it is a good thing to teach kids to not trust what they are reading. Now, the goal of the test is to try and get people to read all the questions or read all the instructions before starting a science lab, Zed, so that they don't accidentally blow up the science lab. And I don't think that's a bad goal. I just think that that specific wording isn't necessarily explicit enough. Ooh, there's an open complex. I'm not going to go to the open complex. I don't really feel like dealing with that. Don't really feel like dealing with that. I don't think these other people in my faction are actually doing the faction stuff right now, so probably wouldn't have any backup. No sense getting myself blowed up.
Warp drive active.
Well, this one's already been started by somebody. I wonder if they saw me coming on the D-scan and left. Wonder if it was maybe this person here. It's possible, pig. It's conceivable, you miserable, vomitous mass, that I'm only lying here because I lack the strength to stand. Don't know what that conversation in militia chat was about, but I saw spit on it. I don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. Public chats, man. They get wild sometimes. Is it delicious, Twist? Is it delicious? Or are you disgusting? I think the only way that a person could think that something that is objectively disgusting tastes delicious is if they themselves were in fact disgusting. I think that logic follows. I don't really have time to play anything tonight, but I feel like I wasted my time. I'm sorry. Need to start Eve Echoes again. I thought Eve Echoes was like universally considered a total garbage can. Was that not the case? Is it basically just Eve on mobile, or it's not good, but it's fun to PvP in? All right, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I've been looking. So I really, really like those kingdom builder games like Rise of Kingdoms, Call of Dragons, but I hate how pay to win they are, and I hate how garbage they are. Yeah, that's exactly my problem. Is those games are always so super pay to win, and I fucking hate that shit. But I really like that gameplay style, and I really like some of the mechanics and stuff of those games. So I'll get kind of bored, and I'll want something to play that I can just kind of sit and passively play. And so I'll start up one of them, and I'll start playing, and I'll get about a week or two in, and I'll hit that wall where you can't really be free to play anymore. And then I'll just fucking leave and quit playing because
Warp drive active.
Twist, I feel like there's a massive lag
Warp drive active.
on your YouTube stream. Like, massive lag. Because I don't even remember what I said that would have been in relation to. There used to be a GPS kingdom builder that was awesome, free to play, no pay to win crap, but it shut down after X amount of years. Every now and then Reddit will go off on trying to get it back, but it'll never happen. That's actually really cool. I'm sad that I wasn't there for that. Because that sounds dope as fuck. There's a new one that's coming out. Sinchi 42. has been putting out videos on it. He's the only creator that I've seen putting out videos on it. It's in a beta right now, but I'll probably try it when it comes out, just in my free time, just to dink around, and then I'll hate it because it'll be pay to win and I won't be willing to spend money on it. No lag there? Weird. You had your character could move around the world map without actually traveling, so you weren't limited to your location. So your GPS location was just kind of where you started in the world, and then you could just kind of move around from there. Is that an accurate understanding? Yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. I'm hoping, so I don't know if you're familiar at all with Light No Fire that's supposed to be coming out. Others said they're going to be making an Earth-sized world for that game. And it's all going to be one server. There aren't going to be like shards or different servers or anything like that. It's supposed to be just this massive MMO. I assume they're going to be using some sort of server meshing type stuff to make sure that you can kind of move throughout the whole world. But I'm really hoping that either that they have a really, really open, like pick your starting point system where there's tons and tons of starting points just all over the place that you can start at, or I'm hoping that maybe they do it based on like a GPS thing. And my location in Earth kind of dictates where I start, which I assume would kind of have to be the way it goes, because the server that you're going to most easily be able to connect to, if they have a massive world that's the size of Earth and they're trying to let people globally play it together, then they're naturally going to have server locations all over the world. And so it stands to reason to me that you would end up being in the server that was equated to the region that you're in. Or in a server that was at least close in proximity. So probably you're going to end up playing with people who, speak your same language or live in your same region or whatever. At least that's what I'm hopeful for. We'll see. But I'm really excited about Light No Fire. I think it's going to be a super awesome game. Very much want to play it. Oh yeah, what's it called? Parallel Kingdom. Ooh. Parallel Kingdom, not Kingdom. Oh, this is super old school. Oh. Played it fairly regularly until it closed. Well, here's a hold up. Um, Real world conquest, epic equipment system, strategic combat, resource mastery. Okay. Okay. There's a game through this Reddit post that I just read. It's called Parallel Echoes, which is apparently a person trying to recreate Parallel Kingdom. It is currently in beta. It currently has 350 beta testers. Well, it says 350 plus. But it's just pkechoes.com. So I don't know anything about it beyond just getting to this landing page. I don't know if it's on mobile. It looks like it might be a PC thing, in fact. Well, it looks like you can play it in desktop or browser. Maybe. So you might be able to play it through your mobile browser. Let's see. Let's fucking make an account. Create your character. Create my class. Ooh, there's classes. Warrior, Paladin, Rogue, Ranger, Mage, Necromancer. We're going to go Paladin. Character description. I'm going to leave character description blank. One of y'all in chat, write me a quick little 1 or 2 sentence character description for a Paladin, and I'll just copy paste that bad boy. It'll be fun. Just let's not make me too ridiculous. Let's see. We're going to be light skin toned. We're going to have white hair. We're going to have blue eyes. As soon as I get to a point where I can maybe show this on the screen, I'll go ahead and share my screen with y'all. But while I'm typing in passwords and stuff like that, we're going to... All right, a towering figure in a polished silver armor, Sir Hermit carries himself with unshakable purpose. There we go. Could have taken that opportunity to make me look like a total clown. Instead, making me look like a total badass. Thank you, Sozu. Create character, begin adventure. Okay, let's I have already lost my player. D&D GM is always flowing. So I actually really want to play a little Daggerheart, Sozu. Like, real bad. But I also have a really hard time playing... Okay. So it looks like I can show y'all this. Let's go in here. Let's go to window. Let's pick a window. Okay. Show y'all this here window. So this is the screen. My character's back behind here. I don't know how to move my character. Clicking on the screen does not seem to work. But this is in my web browser here. So let's see, territory list, 22 minutes ago, everyone. Territory list will be removed this weekend. Any obelisks and buildings will remain on the territory list. As promised, there's a new flag designs in the marketplace. All recipes that used crude weapons, old rusty weapons have been converted. Okay, so this is just a bunch of info about the game's updates. Character information, survival hermit, level 1. Lifetime XP, lifetime skill XP, undefined. Experience, progress, health 100, mana. Character stats, 13 strength. Derived stats, damage. Character info. Says I'm offline, but I'm online. What's this here? Inventory, okay. We got a leather armor and a wooden sword. A bunch of other random stuffs. But this is definitely... thankfully, I don't think this is actually the layout of where I live. I don't think you could figure out where I live by looking at this. Certainly there's no Steve Flanders Square right next to where I live. So at least there's that. Let's see, is this a person down here? Oh, Sozu. Wait, how is Sozu so close to me? Sozu, do you live? Well, I don't live in New York. So, maybe it's more based on, okay, I think we all spawn there. Got it. Maybe in the future we'll all spawn in our actual locations. How did you move? I want to chop a tree. Click inside the yellow. Oh. Click the red flags to hop to other zones. Okay. Z-Man's territory. Travel. Oh, cool. Cool. But I wonder if it's possible. How far am I going to have to go for there to not be other people's territories? Oh, it also costs 1 gold. You double click. This is a private territory. Okay. Okay, so this person's not charging, so I can go this way. So I've got to find a way, like, out of all the territories. So that I can eventually have my own territory. Oh yeah, we're on Manhattan Island or something, aren't we? Oh, here we go. There's some empty territory space up by Central Park. Tons of empty territory space up by Central Park. Okay, so you don't have to be able to get that far. Okay. Well, this is certainly interesting. Were you able to get on it on your web browser on your phone, Sozu? Or did you have to get on your PC? I'm on it on PC, okay. Yeah, and then there is also a downloadable client that they said operates a little better. There's also, if I'm not mistaken, they said there is a shop. I want to see stat resets, revive stones. So it is being monetized with, it looks like, some cosmetics and some other stuff. And I don't really know how how this system compares to maybe what you're used to with the other game, Sozu. But I mean, it seems kind of interesting. Seems like something to maybe keep our eyes on. I'm all about kingdom builders and, you know, big real world battle stuff and cool things like that. I really like those games a lot. Cool, cool. I mean, that's like a whole underground thing I didn't even know about. Yeah, I think you're right. I think character design in this is definitely a placeholder. Yeah, I'm gonna keep my eyes on that. Another game that you might be interested in that's supposed to be kind of like this is called Orna, Orna. It is also supposed to be pretty similar to Parallel Kingdom, and it's been out for about 4 years now. So probably at a much more complete state. So you might check that out. Oh, you have played that one before? Okay. Super dope. Super duper dope. Nice. Good job. All right. It's a little early, but it seems like the stream's pretty well died down, and I need to put some more work in on the old boss game here. So I think we might just go ahead and call the stream for today. Kill that rabbit. Got killed by the rabbit. That's pretty funny. Yeah, but I think we're just going to call the stream for today. I don't think we're going to make any more gains as far as viewership and stuff like that are concerned, so we might as well just work on the game so that we can have a better version of that tomorrow. And how do you have your local chat set up where the icon blinks when a player comes into the system? I have no idea, Twist. I think that's just a representation of the enemies. Because they're in an enemy faction, I think it just does that. But let's see. Blink on new activity. Here you go. Yeah, so if you click this little dot up here, you've got blink on new activity. I'm willing to bet that's probably it. Okay. Yeah, definitely take a look at that. But thanks y'all for coming in and chit-chatting today. Thank you everybody who helped me sort of beta test my boss fight game. I will do some more work on it today, try and get some additional actions implemented so we can heal and attack and do big attacks and do some other stuff, and so there will be more words and the game will last longer. My ultimate goal is to make it last a couple of days per boss at least. And then to have the character, be persistent and slowly get stronger and stronger as we play, and then fight stronger and stronger enemies. So I will work on a little bit of that tomorrow, and we will have a new implementation tomorrow. We're going to reset everything. We're not going to keep it persistent yet while we're still kind of figuring things out. But we'll start the persistence after we kind of feel a little more comfortable with what we've got. So yeah, thanks again. I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all on the next one.